Alrighty. Good evening, everybody. How we all doing today? Welcome to I guess, a first impression stream of the Final Fantasy III Pixel Remaster. As those of you know who've been following the stream for the last few days, there's been absolute ridiculous amount of stuff released, and I haven't got time to look at everything that I wanted to look at, but of the first three Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters, the FF3 one interested me the most, because of Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3. The 3 doesn't really have what you'd consider a definitive version. There is the DS-PSP remake of 3, but that's a significant remake. It changes, obviously massive graphical change because it's 3D, but it also changes the story and characters up as well as the mechanics. Like it is a considerably different experience. Yes, you bring up the font issue. That's so I've adjusted the font. The default English font is kind of awful. I'm gonna throw a link to my Twitter there. That compares the default English font to the default Japanese font, which I'm using the default Japanese font, and it looks much better. And that Twitter link also, there's a guide underneath it for how to fix the fonts yourself if you are so inclined. But yeah, basically this looks much better with the JP font. Oh dear. Oh bother. My controller has stopped working. Fantastic. Alright, one moment while we fix matters. God damn it. Ah! Technical difficulties! See, this is why I normally stick to console games. As much as people be like, oh, console pleb. Look, most of the time, console games just work. Obviously, in this particular case, there's no console version, so it's not an option. And in this particular case, additional, if there was a console version, you'd be stuck with the shitty font. So, in this case, the PC version wins out, but it does mean we get fun technical difficulties like that. Where, you gotta be kidding me. Oh. Not picking up my controller. It was working perfectly fine when I was doing the testing and the font testing. Well, see, these days, I suppose, console games don't have the, oh, you know, I think I might know what it might be. Yeah, Strelitzia, how's it going? You still going ham on, Sengoku Musou 05? I think I might know what be causing it. Alright, this is gonna get awkward. You're gonna lose me for a second, and the game as well. I've gotta do... Yeah, it's doing weirdness with, the way it's hooking things. Give me a second, sorry. I think I know what's wrong, but it's simply to fix. So the software I use for the Bear Tuber is available on Steam. Problem is with the way Steam hooks things with its like the way it handles controller stuff. It can lose like focus onto where the controller's at. So it's probably trying to plug the controller into the VTuber software. Instead of Fantasy III. And still nothing. Problem. Crap. Double crap. Way to do this. I know there's a way to. Sorry about this. Hadn't accounted for this being a problem. Okay, there we go. Got it. Wonky solution, but it works. Which that describes most of my setups, so now we just need to bear back to life. There we go. Sorry about that. Right, anyway. Now, okay, part of the reason I wanted the controller is because I wanted to show it does just like recognize that you're using, like, I'm using a PS4 controller, and it just recognizes that and gives you PS4 button prompts, which is always nice. One thing though, this is all it has settings-wise. There are no options. You have windowed mode, full screen, borderless full screen, resolutions, and then display language. And that's it. That is all you get for your options. There is nothing here. Total Biscuit would be disappointed. I know he's been gone for a long time, but he would 0 out of 10 that options screen. To be fair, with what this is, there really isn't much in the way of options you'd need. What I would like to see would have been like sound sliders, at least some sort of sound configuration. You can like up down the music, up down the special effects or the sound effects. That's anyway. One thing I will cover before we jump in is there is a nice music player that's got the full soundtrack to the game. You can just pull up any of the tracks from the main menu, which is super good. Nice little music player. Cool feature. There's a gallery full of Yoshitaka Amano art, which again is great if you're into that sort of thing, which I very much am. reasonably sizable. Just as extras, those are quite nice. But obviously, we're here for Yoshitaka Amano, not Amuro. Amuro is Gundam. Slight difference. Actually, you can see right down here. Amano. Right. Also, there was not said anything in chat, but thanks for the follow, Knight PHP and Olwyn. I didn't respond to those earlier because I was going over some stuff, but if you're there and not a bot, welcome. If you're there and a bot, also welcome, I guess. Anyway. Right, I've already decided on who my volunteers for this will be, because, let's see. That's gonna be me, then we're gonna have Nova. And volunteers for our adventure. Well, volunteers, more like conscripts. They don't get a choice in that. Now this is nice because it like dynamically sort of dynamically. It line breaks at the end of the line rather than overflowing the font. Because if you use the crappy English font where everything's tiny and squashed, these are like one line instead of running over like this, but it looks good with the big font. Yeah, I suspect it's almost always bots, Strelitsia. Almost always. Yeah, the remastered soundtrack is really good. Like, it's just when the fucking basic battle theme kicks in there. I still haven't set the lurk thing up. I'll get around to that eventually. Oh, hey! Olwen, you are real. I do apologize then. Hard to tell when it's just bot follows and when someone's actually there. And yeah, the sort of remastered soundtrack is really good. Yeah, like, it looks much better with the font fix that I've done. Again, if anyone's interested in the font fix, I will link it in chat. But it makes such Such a huge improvement. Such a simple thing. It looks so bad with the, like, the half-width English font. The full-width JP font is just, it fits so much better. That's nice. It just has maps. Actually, that battle transition animation is quite nice as well. Yeah, the remastered music is really good. That's one of the, like, plus items, right? Yeah. Do we even have job levels at this point? Yeah, it's just Onion Knights. Sprites are real good so far. Makes it seem like the spring is sus, but it is actually just a full heal spring. Just. Oh, right, of course. back row. No damage. And you can't go wrong with old school Uematsu music. You guys who fell down this hole, go save the world. That is how our heroes are chosen. Yeah, Zenador, how's it going? Now we can do jobs. I have not started the event yet. Double knife! When one knife isn't enough. I grew up, like, Final Fantasy is my, like, is where I started with JRPGs. So the theme of the crystals is, like, burnt into my soul. Yeah, no, I fully plan to do the event. It's just, well, like, basically what happened was this was going to be me, like, the FGO stream right now, and then I was like, I really, really want to take a look at the FF3 Pixel Remaster. Has anyone read, oh shoot, I've blanked on his names. Like, one of the oldest webcomics. Oh my god, I've completely blanked on it. Oh, come on, brain, what the hell? 8-bit theater. There we go. Jesus Christ, how did I forget that? Ancient webcomic. Do people even do webcomics anymore? Is that a thing what exists? So it was a webcomic way back in the day made with sprites from the Famicom/Nintendo version of Final Fantasy I. The Black Mage in that is very stab all things. Oh man. The music though. You're not wrong there, man. Yeah, that was, yeah. You give it scan lines. Oh, okay. Well, alright. I mean, that's literally what I wanted from the config menu. You just can't do it on the main menu, apparently. So, I retract my previous comment about no audio sliders. They do in fact have audio sliders. Yeah, alright. I mean, at least it's there. Oh boy. That's a bit rough. Okay, so it does have some options. They're just, yeah, only available in-game, apparently. Yeah, I've never been a fan of, like, emulated scan lines. It's never done it for me. Now, yeah, Monk is usually Turbo Baller early game, because it doesn't need gear. Like that. Fucking Jesus Christ. Fucking monks. Let me just unequip my gear and do 5 times as much damage as anyone else. Fucking Granny calling you out? Hey, Kuro, how's it going? Again, don't get me wrong. I'm fully intending to do the. Okay. I appreciate what you've done with this, but especially with the earlier Final Fantasy games, it can be a bit confusing with where the... Because it does this trick a lot, where you can walk past something that's covered in the foreground. The way you've chosen to display it with the white box, though, is really ugly. Like, a lot of the earlier Final Fantasy games do that, where there's lots of, like, walls and whatnot you can walk through, and there's, like, hidden stuff behind them. But it didn't do that, like, white box. That effect on the water actually looks really good. It's like they've done like a high def water texture and then pixelated the fuck out of it, but in a way that actually looks good. That is the only spell you... I mean, we'll take it. It's cure poison. I'll take it. Poison fucking sucks. Ah. Well, that's handy. As for lurking while you do the event, by all means. I suspect most people use this stream as background noise while they do other stuff. And since, like, the music in this is really good so far. Yeah, it's gonna do... See, okay, that's a much better way to do it. Why do you have the white box on the other one? Like, that looks much better. Now, hang on. I can't remember if there was a... I don't remember the math for this game. If it's better to wield two one-handed weapons, or if it's better to wield one one-handed weapon in two hands. And this is using old school like D&D style Final Fantasy rules where you have to memorize spells and you only have so many spell charges per rest. Murder Hobo Black Mage is pretty great. I am hoping we get like a... Well, we'll check the weapon shop actually, if they've got like a staff or something. Oh, Black Mage doesn't use the staff. Can I double longswords? Now. I don't... Okay, I mean, we've got the cash, I'll buy the nunchucks. I don't remember if going... Won't give us a discount if we buy them. Wait, it does? Huh. Well, I'll be. But the toss-up is, do we stick with Stabby Mage, which is hilarious, double daggers Black Mage, or do we give him a bow, put him in the back row, which is the more appropriate decision? So I'm curious on... I'm gonna need to do some field testing. Can you double dual nunchucks? You can totally dual wield nunchucks. Madness. And that's it, we're off. Adoptive mother and village elders say, off you scoot, go save the world. No worries, mate. Yeah, Zion, how's it going? Yeah, too much stuff came out in the last couple of days. It's nuts. Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, I'm up to chapter 5. I would have gone further, but I just crashed out at the end, like, this morning. Because I'd been going for 24 hours due to how much stuff came out yesterday. That's an odd touch, but sure. If you stick your hand in the candle, it hurts. Spooky ghosts? The way they've done the like, effects are actually kind of nice. I kind of like it. People are gonna re-at me for that, I realize. Hey, Blackguard. Okay, so... Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. There's a reason for that. It's not the font they chose, it's the font, well, as such, that I chose. Check out the font they chose. This is a JP font, which is why it's big text. But honestly, it feels more like a Final Fantasy game. Yeah, the default font is the half-width English font, which just looks squashed and yuck. This is much more readable. Also, it's Final Fantasy III. There's all of, like, 2 lines of text on screen at any given time. Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, switching it to the JP font improves matters considerably. But it's still not perfect. Yeah, I would have done some sort of, like, some sort of pixelation to it. Like a custom font, maybe. Because, like, everything else looks really good. We probably shouldn't be here. Oh my god, that fucking hurt. Okay, once again, the monk is obscene. Fucking ouch. I actually really like the, how do you call it, like, remastered soundtrack. It's quite good. I forget if sleeping revives in this one. Might be we need to actually... Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, we need to scoot. Is there a... Yeah, from what I've seen in general across the FF1 through to 3 Pixel Remasters, the soundtrack is definitely the standout element. The music is really good. As I was saying before, I actually quite fond of how it's presented graphically. The font is the main thing I would have changed, and switching it to the full-width JP font is certainly agrees with me a lot better. Might seem like a very early airship, but it's not really. It can't go over the mountains. But yeah, we borrowed Sid's airship so we can get down the back here. The map feature is also appreciated, to say the least. I'm fine and dandy having a map open on my second screen. But like having that available in-game is very, very much appreciated. I was saying earlier, Cerebro, that's the main reason I was interested in the FF3 Pixel Remaster specifically is because FF3 is in a really weird place. Because your versions of FF3 are basically the Famicom version or the DS PSP release, which are two very different games. There isn't like one definitive version to play. It's like Final Fantasy 1. If someone was like, oh, I want to play Final Fantasy 1, what version do I play? You play the PSP version. I want to play Final Fantasy 2, you play the PSP version. Final Fantasy 3, now we have a problem. Because the DS PSP Final Fantasy 3 is very good, but it's also a very different experience. The fucking... the murder black mage is too good. Double knives! Hey, Griff. Hey, good old monster boxes. Classic Final Fantasy. And? Don't tell me it's something mad like it's Onion Knight only. We don't really have much in the way of like interesting to gain from our job levels at the moment. I'm not sure exactly what stat scaling they affect. The main thing for what we've got at the moment is just job levels on the mages to increase their spell cost limits. Do you remember 8-Bit Theater, Blackguard? I brought it up earlier and no one else knew it. You had to... That almost feels... creepy. Oh, dear. Hey, what's up, Ryu? How's it going? Yeah, well, that's... As soon as I put 2 knives on the Black Mage, that's immediately where I went. guys are very creative with your dialogue now. Only a red mage can wield it. Build cave skeleton is the key. I guess we just do a... switch to RDM to use Ghost Stabber. Got my pimp hat on. Again, like, I really like the water effect. It feels like they just pixelated like a high-def water graphic, but it looks really good. Usually, so the RDM usually gets much less casts, but can cast both black and white magic, but usually can't cast as high-level versions of the spells. The RDM can also equip, like, actual combat equipment. On fire. Nice. Bonfire in one hand, nunchuck in the other. Yeah, very much so. Wasn't even gonna roll an RDM, but I didn't realize that the ghost stabbing sword was RDM exclusive. So, I understand what you're going for here, guys. It's red because an airship can't land, but just leave the shadow black. It looks silly with the red shadow. People will get the idea. Airship can't land on sea or woods. That's how it works. That's how Final Fantasy be. You don't need to do the red shadow. This is Final Fantasy III, isn't it? I'm gonna save the game. Jesus Christ. I don't remember if job class affects stat growth. Normally warrior is actually a bad job class in these. Because it really doesn't do much of anything of interest for you, but... Can we do that? Oh, we can. AoE casting. Oh man, the cool guy shades! Ah, it's so good! Oh, the fucking deal with it shades. The classic. It's so good. Ah, now, that is useful. Oh, really? He doesn't... He's actually got to sleep. Hit his casts. Darby needed out. This is probably not the fastest way now that I think about it. The fastest way would have been to you starting town. Odd that it's MP restored when you... It's not... MP isn't... I don't actually remember what they referred to it as in Yes, yes, you can absolutely buy tents and cottages. We can't yet, but we will be able to. Remember, skeleton is our friend. Glad I brought a bunch of eye drops. Worried that I might not have brought enough. Yeah, as I was saying before, like, Monk is ridiculous. Oh hey, it's Princess Sarah. Final Fantasy III is sort of famous for its NPCs. That's the thing, I don't know if we even know the math behind the Pixel Remasters yet, since they've only been out for a day. And, like, I'm not, well-versed enough in the original Final Fantasy III to be able to pick up on subtle adjustments to, like, the math and whatnot. See, they've got this lovely pixel font for the numbers and, like, the attack and everything. Why not use that as your in everything font? So the assumption is that most of this is running off of Famicom logic, but we don't know for certain. Ah, you're more than welcome to link it. Oh, that's so... Like... These... earlier games run on their own rules. This is before... conventions were established as we know them. I do like the boss transition, that's good. Oh my god! Good thing I kept those two Arctic wins. Damn! The music is fucking kick-ass! I appreciate that, but I'm pretty sure that ring shouldn't be able to do that. I will gladly grant the ring convenience powers. The classic. We have an airship. The canoe... The king of this land is giving us a canoe. I mean, we need the canoe to progress, don't get me wrong, but as far as gifts go... as I was saying earlier, like, I grew up with Final Fantasy as, like, my entry point into JRPGs, so a lot of the, like, classic Final Fantasy tracks are burnt into my soul. Yeah, here, have a canoe is a bit of a... like, you think about it, when you rescue Princess Sarah in Final Fantasy I, the king at least builds you a fucking bridge. He doesn't give you a canoe to get across the water. He diverts the, like, manpower of his kingdom to at least build a bridge across the water. Different Princess Sarah, different king, different, like, Final Fantasies aren't connected like that, but it is also a Princess Sarah in Final Fantasy I. Can we still sleep in her bed? I mean, she seems like she'd be fine with it. She seems to be super into us. Actually, can I access the extras from here? I don't think I can. I think I'd have to go back to the main menu. I'm wondering if there is Amano art for Princess Sarah. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized that the airship got left over the other side, but we got the canoe. Can we bump into that rock? No. I do know what we need to do to get past that rock, but I couldn't remember if the game indicates anything to you about it. Actually, save the game. I am actually curious. Does the art gallery have Princess Sarah? It does. There she is. Princess Sarah Yoshitaka Amano style. Yes, it does. Nice. This is actually really nice. Having the full Yoshitaka Amano gallery right there in the game, so you can just reference back to it. That was a surprisingly long load time, considering this game's installed on my M2 drive. Hey! It's Sid. No, this isn't the first incarnation of Sid's. There was a Sid in Final Fantasy II as well. This might be the first airship Sid? Now, the question is, do I remain as a red mage or switch back to warrior? I don't think we need 3 mages. In FF2, he's tied to an airship as well, okay. Yeah, okay, so now we hit the point of there is an actual stat reason to take staffs over knives. I'm still tempted to keep the Black Mage's double knife for the shanks. It's highly amusing. Double staff! I mean... But actually, though? Because each one is +1 intellect. Wait, does white magic scale off of intellect? Yeah, Black Mage scales off of int, which why the double sticks would be good for him because it would boost his int. +1 for each stick. And this is where we start to see the downside of the monk a bit, is he can't equip all the fancy armor. Now the warrior is starting to come into his own a bit. Big tanky boy. Ramming speed, indeed. They hate the Black Mage. Yeah, the quad bonk from the white mage is good. You see there the difference, by the way, the, like, armor on the warrior makes. The other characters are taking, like, 10 to 20 points of damage per hit, the warrior's taking 2. Have we already got mithril swords? We do. I'm wondering, because the staff's hitting for a ton of damage, but I'm wondering if it's operating off of old school D&D rules where bludgeoning weapons do extra damage to skeletons, or more that bludgeoning weapons don't do reduced damage to skeletons. Oh. Oh wait, you're talking about what we already went down, I see. Wait, but hang on. Is that... Give me a second. Look something up quickly. Oh shit, I don't know what to Google to find exactly what I'm after. Because that looks like the intro screen from Final Fantasy I. As in the, like, after you finish, like, once you've rescued the princess and you cross over the bridge and start your adventure proper, there's a graphic that appears in Final Fantasy I that looks very much like that, with, like, the... like, mountain in the foreground, castle in the background, and then the heroes standing on the mountain. It plays during, like, the opening text crawl. much cash have we got? I'll just buy a bunch. Buck up to 10 of each, just so that we don't risk running out. Oh! Zappa? Thanks for the raid? I didn't... What? I'm confused. I saw you stop streaming earlier, but you were still streaming? Question mark? Ramming speed! Oh, I see. And that's how we get away with having an early airship. Don't actually have an early airship. Anyway, welcome. How's it going? Like you're just having a bad day for tech issues. I know that feeling. Yeah, so this is sort of hinting at what's coming next. The mini dungeon. Because the Pixel Remaster just came out, and I wanted to check it out. And it's actually kind of good. Oh, okay. Well, I did address that earlier, but we'll go over it again. So, with the Final Fantasy games, your early ones, there's sort of definitive versions. So like Final Fantasy 1, just play the PSP version. Final Fantasy 2, just play the PSP version. Final Fantasy 3, there isn't really an answer for which is a definitive version of Final Fantasy 3. Because up until this, your options were the Famicom version or the DS PSP remake. But the thing with the remake is it's very much a remake. It changes things substantially. Massive. Obviously, the graphical style is completely different, but also like the gameplay is changed considerably as well. So there isn't really an answer to what version of FF3 do I play. So what I was hoping with the Pixel Remaster of Final Fantasy III was it was going to be like the version I could recommend if you wanted the classic Final Fantasy III experience without having to go back to like Final Fantasy III Famicom, which is clunky. Obviously, it's a 2-button Famicom game. It's not the most user-friendly. And thus far, this is indeed looking very promising. It looks great, sounds great, it plays well. Level-wise at the moment, 9s across the board. Job level-wise, is there an easy way to check? 4877. The little dance track feels more like a Shimomura track than a Uematsu track. Now, the WonderSwan versions, they are arguably the definitive editions of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Classic. But most people don't have access to that, because they're not available in English. And, for starters, they require you to know that the WonderSwan exists. But that's not the answer I would give to most people. Not that you really need much English to play Final Fantasy 1. Wait, there's a fan translation for FF1 WonderSwan? Huh. I didn't even know that. There you go. But yeah, so, like, for my purposes, I'm usually looking for a, like, what version do I recommend to someone who wants to get into it rather than someone that's really digging into the franchise. So, similar to, like, how I've done my, like, Rants guide, my Dragon Quest guide, I wanted to do something like that for Final Fantasy as well. And one of the sticking points was Final Fantasy III. But, like, there's, I would very much not say you chose to play the wrong one. Final Fantasy I WonderSwan is, as I said, I didn't know about the translation for it, but even then, I don't know if it's the one I'd go to recommend to people over the PSP version. Because the PSP version is much more approachable. But the WonderSwan version is like, it's got the enhanced graphics, but the classic gameplay. Like, it uses the proper bell charge system rather than the MP system. The Pixel Remaster... Well, okay, the other thing is... the WonderSwan version of Final Fantasy I doesn't have the extra content, which is where the PSP version sort of wins out. It's got the extra content that was added in the Dawn of Souls collection. The Dawn of Souls collection for GBA is probably also another decent one to recommend, but the PSP version is basically just that, but better. It's a complicated subject. That actually do damage? Good. Aha! I also, like, I'm assuming you were using your WonderSwan setup and, like, recording it directly like that? Because that offers something that is otherwise not really available. Oh, okay, emulator, fair enough. Well, the WonderSwan never released in the West, so nothing on the WonderSwan is officially available in English. So it's not no surprise that most people don't know about it. And, like, I'm not trying to say that in, like, an elitist sense. You guys don't know about this thing. It's just, like, it's just not something most people would know about. But see, obviously, like, I'd quite like a WonderSwan color. But that's a somewhat pricey investment for a very niche, because I'd be wanting Compact 1, 2, and 3, which Compact 1 and 2 is not too bad. Compact 3... Yeah. It's not quite too advanced bad, but it's one of the more pricey ones, certainly. I've been digging into a bunch of PC98 games of late, Corroded. Thankfully, while the PC98, like, game library is basically completely Japanese only, barring a few fan translations, I do have a nice big archive collection of pretty much everything released. Well, part of the reason it's so expensive is the shipping costs. Like, it's a literal computer. You are shipping an entire computer. That shit's heavy. PC98 shouldn't be rare. They were the most popular, like, home PC in Japan. They're certainly rare outside of Japan. Like, if you wanted to track one down, I'd recommend just, like, digging through But trying to find someone who'd be willing to ship one to you is probably the difficult bit. They dig through Japanese, like, online listings, but... Oh my, our money is gone. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, like acquiring like a PC98 or something is certainly a rich man's game for sure. Yeah, Iman, how's it going? Actually, I should absolutely rest up first now that I think about it before we charge off elsewhere. Yeah, I'm going good. Yeah, Retro Gamer, how's it going? Okay. Oh, what a follow. Dragon? Okay. Yeah, Zappa. Thanks for the raid again. I did save. We can save again. Final Fantasy III being Final Fantasy III. F3 that's goddamn back attacks. See, I only... Yeah, because the Canadian price is pretty much the same price as Australian prices. They're fucked. So I definitely feel you there. I've only bought specifically Final Fantasy III, which was $20. Usually not that much delay. Oh, okay, so yeah, Senpai, how's it going? We just had this conversation, but I'll address it again anyway. Final Fantasy III is the only one that specifically interests me, because when it comes to FF3, there isn't like a version of the game that I could like definitively recommend, because you have the original Famicom version and you have the DS PSP remake, which are very different experiences. The remake is changed significantly. And what I'm hoping with the Pixel Remaster of FF3 here is that this is what I can just go, if you want to play FF3, play the Pixel Remaster. And thus far, it's looking very good. It looks great, it sounds great, it plays well, the quality of life features are nice, so like having an actual friggin' map in the game rather than having to pull up an out of game map. Yeah, well, so for 4, I'd be quite curious. Normally for 4, I recommend a PSP version. Well, yeah, I mean, yes. But again, it depends on versions. So, like, the Pixel Remaster, as far as what does it offer you, obviously you can hear, it's got the redone music, which is great. Obviously, like, the quality of life stuff, like the map, and then the extra stuff in the menu, like the soundtrack player and the Yoshitaka Amano art book and whatnot. It depends on what sort of features you're looking for. As for After Years, that's, like, I include that as part of the PSP recommendation for Final Fantasy 4. You just get Final Fantasy 4 complete on the PSP if you want to play Final Fantasy 4. But I was saying, I would be curious to see the Pixel Remaster of Final Fantasy 4, what translation it uses. Because if they use the original translation, Final Fantasy 4 Pixel Remaster, then I'd be torn as to which one I'd recommend, because I prefer the original translation of Final Fantasy 4, but obviously Final Fantasy 4 Complete has all the extra stuff, like Final Fantasy 4 The After Years. Final Fantasy is a complicated subject. Because I often get, because I know a good bit about Final Fantasy, much like Dragon Quest and the Rant series, so I often get questions of, like, what version of game should I play? Where should I start? That kind of thing. And I like to have an answer for that question. Alright, game took the training wheels off. Ouch. I think we've only got one Phoenix down. Okay, we got 3. I'd rather not waste a Phoenix down right now. Yeah, Stab Mage is actually legitimately doing work. Where's the resurrection point? Ah. Bigger on the outside. That's... just the bonk staffs so far. Plus the +1 in staffs. What exactly are you looking for? Oh. There's basilisks here, isn't there? Always worthwhile waiting for, like, more information, certainly. I would always encourage people to research their purchase decision. Whatever information you have available to you. So I hope my streams are of some value in that sense to people, and just, like, you can get just a raw look without any sort of bias or shenanigans. Well, I suppose not. So saying no bias isn't quite right, since... Obviously, I have my own biases, but I hopefully make those well known. I think we just got turned into food. A very Koichi Sugiyama track. Fucking Bahamut! I wonder if we can inflict it with poison. Okay. happens if you didn't flee? Do you actually game over there? How fucking far did we jump? Holy shitballs! Chocobo Forest, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, no. Like, one of the big changes the DS remake for FF3 made is that the NPCs that join your party actually help out in combat. Whee! Come back to that. I think we need to switch everyone to mages, though, for this bit, because I think, as the guy said, you can't actually wield swords while tiny. And? Question mark? Yeah, okay, the game is telling you to, like, mage up. I'm not sure what the point of Gnomish Bread is when you've got the map button. Thanks for the follow there. Ascalad, the See, it's... I want to read it as porcupine, but it's porculupine? Ugh. Ooh, fire stuff. Voice. Oh, porculupine, I see. Pronunciation is hard. Alright. I'm doing pretty good. There's somewhere to rest in this villa. I need spell charges. God damn it, out the way. Alright, so before we attempt to run the mini dungeon, I will save. Music. This is great. It's like a almost like a whimsical sort of Disney spin on the music while you're minied. had to find a giant rat when you got out back. I suppose we can just unmini ourselves. Is it supposed to be Vikings or pirates? I have spirit. Oh, you mean it was originally translated as mind? Hot diggity dog! Big magic. Also, I just realized down here. See that, like, that's the only problem with showing you like this with the highlight is it just solves the quote-unquote puzzle instantly. We have 2 to 3 spells and 1 cast. We can't even cast every spell. Oh dear. You know, his sprite kind of makes him look like Kudog from Fate. inspect that in a minute, 'cause that might trigger us. Fire! Okay, hang on. We'll swing back then. Hey, Huff. Welcome to There's Too Many Fucking Games All Coming Out at Once. Okay, it's just a heal. Not even a heal, it's just a KO restorer, but that's fine. Nice to know that I did indeed take a rest. Oh, you're included in this madness. You got conscripted. You didn't have a choice in the matter. Man, it looks and sounds great. Oh, no. Okay. See, I was like, oh, we've done the mini dungeon. That seemed very quick. No, okay, this is the actual... We fixed the font. I done did it. I done did it. I did the thing. See? It was much better. Yeah. It's not perfect, but it is certainly a heck of a lot better. Okay, well, I guess we're doing this again. We need another bow. That or stars. Like a heap of stars. Oh, he is. Traveling around as tiny form is questionable. Will they talk to me? Okay, they will. Wasn't sure if they're just gonna tell me to feck off. This is going to be an odd dungeon run because it'll be very heavy on the magic. Can't, like, physically attack as these. Whoa! What? Damn it! Ah! Thanks once again, Roth, for the gifted subs. Thanks very much indeed. I know what has led to all of these gifted subs, but I still appreciate it very much anyway. Dim trying to secretly lurk in the background. Off exposing him. The mini dungeon. This is somewhat infamous. Again, I really like that there's a different battle track for while you're minied. Great. Such a good bit of, like, attention to detail. Like, even the victory fanfare has changed. Oh, whimsical. Ah. Oh, okay, it's stairs. No, it does not look like stairs. It looks like a hole that you're going to drop down. Unless it's like intentionally playing on my expectations and it will be a hole at some point. Open sword. Oh, that not good. At least we're back row, so... Which do you mean, sorry, Half? Oh, the mini-map? You can turn that off. It's just that, but like the important bit is you've got a really nice world map. That's the important bit. Oh my god, I didn't notice that before. There's a chest counter. Holy shit. That's glorious. Yeah, giant rat. Okay, I knew there was a giant rat fight. I wasn't going mad. Alright, unleash the big magics. I shouldn't have used that last cast of arrow. Because that ate my last tier 2 white magic cast. So I can't un-mini until we get back to the town. Oh no, okay, we have one level 2 cast left, so don't waste it. See, now, I have a problem. This was meant to just be a quick first impressions to see how I felt about the game. But, like, I'm really enjoying myself. I don't know, don't waste the magic. It does technically segment itself. It's got a... It's interesting. So, like, we go to the world map here, and if you look at it, we've covered maybe, like, half of the world map already. So that's like, oh, this seems like it's actually pretty short. Yes. It is not short. It also has one of the most brutal final dungeons known in a Final Fantasy game. That's better. Thank you, NPC. I nearly forgot. Yeah, I really like the water effect. I've said this multiple times earlier in the stream. It's super good. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not something you could have done back then, because it's some sort of like they've done like a high def sprite for it and then pixelized it as such. Ah, it's good to be big again. The bee's knees. These dancing girls actually like 40. How does the quick save? Is it a... Okay, it is just a cheat save. That's a shame. I was hoping it was a proper, like, old school quick save. Yeah, the new lockdown rules are kind of brutal. Electric death, motherfuckers! I actually quite like the sea as well. Just stop gushing over this game or people are gonna think I'm gonna be shilling for it. The difference in damage. The warrior wearing real armor, taking hits for 1. The mages in next to nothing, getting hit for like half their health. Like super electric death. Man, the music is so good. Oh, I see. He's like, don't do it, it's a trap. I know, I've been there. Actual, like, round table shenanigans going on. Huh. Ah, now I am king. It feels a little bit like, Yoko Shimomura-y? Sort of like something you'd hear in, like, a Kingdom Hearts? It is an Uematsu track. They didn't have Yoko Shimomura yet at this point. Best offs. Gotcha. What the hell? You about to take all my money away, game? What's going on? I mean, it is possible you've heard something similar to the track elsewhere. Like, Final Fantasy III has been around for forever. I wouldn't be surprised if Ooh. I wouldn't be surprised if someone had, like, mixed the track or sampled. Jesus Christ. Okay, yes, it's Final Fantasy III. God damn it. My point was more other things referencing it rather than something you specifically heard. Sort of like how people go, oh, Earthbound, that's like, Sans Undertale. My brain took a moment there. Couldn't remember the words. Oh, they really are. And now, like the mini dungeon, we have the frog dungeon. I don't remember if the frog dungeon works on the same rules. Hey, Ray. See you, Ray. Ah! The walk cycle's the best. So good. We need Gossip Greens to summon the Fat Choco. Look at the waddle. Pretty sure this is like where we're supposed to be, but at the same time, I'm curious about what happens if we head down. Knife mage. Freaking knife mage. Oh, fairies. Huh. See, now, the fact that he's saying go to the tower, I'm thinking that's probably our intended next destination. Already, I may have said that. You can also sort of scoot down this way a bit and poke around. It's meant to be the Elder Tree. Looks more like a furball. Enemy-wise, 4 knockers. The concern's mostly going to be... So the warrior is near invincible in his gear, but everyone else is like potato armor. Ooh, okay. The save game. Okay, so we need something else before we get cracked with floating tree. Okay. Okay, Spline. That do what it normally do? Like Berserk? Oh, okay. So, just, leave me to discover a bit, yeah? It's been a long time since I played Final Fantasy III, so my memory's pretty faulty in a lot of places. Did he just run up the chimney? Sansetsu-kon? What? Is it like Excalibur? It's a one gil version of the Zantetsuken? Oh no, it's a okay. No, it isn't. I thought maybe it's Sunset's gone. As yeah, okay. It's a 3. Yeah. Okay. It's yeah. I misread that entirely. Because it's I'm assuming it's going to be read Sunset's Con. But yes, it's been a while since we've had a new weapon for the monks. Yes, indeed. Well, it's San as in 3. Hence 3-piece staff. And the Tenpoki, much needed. Armor upgrade. Hang on, one of these lads said something about the village of ancients. Westward. Less than our Genjo Sanzo. Up! Bullying the mages! What? Like, you seem to be keeping, like, actual work hours at the moment, huh? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's a good idea putting aside, like, anything else anyway. It's a good idea. It gives you some structure to work around, which obviously I realize is very hypocritical of me to be saying. Oh, don't you worry, there'll be more Fuga tonight. This has actually gone on longer than I had planned. I hadn't meant to be streaming this for this long. I haven't even eaten yet today. I sat down to do just like a quick first impressions of this. Like, I don't need to worry about food. I won't be doing this for too long. Is that even possible? worries, off. Take it easy. Yeah, just go on, Ben. Light and fire staff, or just... Oh, staffs versus rods. I see. Item bag stocked. Oh, that's right. We got the spread of fire up the Zara out of boxes early. Again, the dwarf bread and the... I've just got a button that does that now, so it sort of invalidates the spells. It's kind of cool that, like, flipping the old light and darkness tail on its head. world got enveloped by the wrath of the light. Warriors of darkness had to save the land. Game actually... How does it flag that, I wonder? Weird-ass variables and like that. So yeah, as the old man said, the island is floating, which is cool. Sort of the first hints that you get of there's something more going on. Well. An appropriate prize. to go Toad before. Okay, that's getting a little worrying. The enemies are packing tier 2 magics now. Alright, so that is where we need. Ghetto. Can we even... I assume we just have to run. Yes. Have to run. They get annoyed at the sound of the ghetto from the frogs so much that they had to cast silence on it. Now, I assume we can unfrog ourselves? Because it would be insane to do a whole bunch of as frogs. But he can be silenced. He doesn't cast magic. It doesn't matter. I don't need to waste an echo, though. Getting spooky. Crunch. Weaken monk. It's more to do with, like, hit multipliers at this point, so... Like, the monk can hit up to 8 times, but for some reason, the black mage can hit up to 6 times, so... Math has gotten a little weird. The big difference is the survivability. So the warrior's not, like, king DPS, but he also takes, like, 1 damage when the enemies attack him, whereas the mages half die when the enemies attack them. Also, the mages have lower accuracy. So, like, 83% accuracy, whereas 76% accuracy and 66% accuracy. Also, like, part of the reason he's hitting so hard is the fire and ice rod are actually really good. Those aren't shop weapons. Those are treasure items. The serpent sword that the warrior is currently equipping are just shop, like, on-tier shop items. I'd say the black mage's weapons are, like, next tier up equipment-wise. That sounds familiar. I'm assuming it's RDM only? It's not worth switching to RDM just to equip that. Okay, yeah, it is one of the Norse mythology swords. This sounds very familiar. Why? Right, from the left. Not the... Literally the 8th tile, not the 8th section. Such. Probably want to unsilence the white mage. See what I was saying about the damage that the casters are taking? Considerably higher. I just realized the dungeon music resumes where it was, rather than restarting, which is always a nice touch. That was always a shame, like with the early Final Fantasy games. Some of the dungeon music is great, and you only ever got to hear the first, like, 3 seconds of it. At least the dungeon provides you with an ample supply of antidotes. Boned if you get silenced. Salamans. Run out of text space or something? Whoosh! We already got flame mail on, don't we? Medusa's Wrath. That's just a consumer. Right? Medusa? Also, that, like, cauldron furnace behind her is pretty sick. Oh, it is Medusa. Unleash the big magics. Oh my. 8-hit combo. Getting like obscenely lucky on our like magic evasion rolls. And director. Oh, crap. Oh. These Dunskies. Bit of an abrupt ending. Not too abrupt, though. Oh, I just realized we should have brought him to see the girl that had a crush on him before we disposed of him. Oops. I wonder if she'll say anything different with him being dead. He's probably fine. I'm actually really glad that it does have different text for that. Oh, we're on a new set of encounter tiles, I think. That is one way to kill the warrior, hit him with magic. Hey, it's the Rally Ho Dwarfs. Ah! Fucking sassy game. Ooh, hello. Might buy the ice armor just in case. It's kind of worse. Not by much, but it is. Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, that's what they were talking about with the thief that ran off with it, but they can't swim. I see. Axe or some dynamite. Curious though, because there's a village here. Let's rest up. Ah, okay, it's just a... Aha! Very familiar music. Alright, so... swim and do... around the outside first. It feels like we've come, like, quite a long way in the, like, 4 hours we've been playing. There's, yeah, again, I mentioned it before, there's a thing, what happens, already sort of hinted at, but there's more going on here than you can see. Remember, we're on a floating island. As in floating in the sky, not floating in the sea. Turns out we were playing Fugo all along. Pretty sure you couldn't do the diagonal movement before. That is odd. Technically, moving diagonally, you're moving 2 squares at once. It was a very early stream initially. It's not so early anymore. It wasn't meant to be this long, but I kind of got into things. I do wonder if this would clock out as long as, like... Because the game itself runs much quicker as such. Eh? G-piece. figured it would only do it. Now we have money issues. Buy some fire them that way as well. That's fair. That's fair. Magic key? What? Huh. Is this meant to be a Dragon Quest reference? Surely not. Dragon Quest wouldn't have been... Because you get the magic key in Dragon Quest in a similar location. I know where there's like 2 locked doors. Back in the Pirate's Cave, I think there was 2 locked doors. I don't remember where else we've encountered something. Oh, that's Final Fantasy III's Onion Knight. This is where I wish I had encounter begons. I don't know if it does even have a repel equivalent. I don't think it does. Not really, though. That's the thing. Like, most of it is just not the best at the moment. Kind of, like, beyond... Where did we find the locked doors? On the back here? Oh? Where did we find those locked doors? I remember there was 2 locked doors, and I was confused about the fact. Yeah, no, I'm just... Because we've seen them before is the problem. I'm just trying to remember where we've seen them. Oh, was it in Castle Argus? Yeah, that's right. There was the two tower doors up the back of the castle that were locked. Think. accessed by the secret passageway. Hit. Oh, it's already hit. Books, though. I don't have anyone that can wield books. I don't think they can wield. That's a scholar thing, right? Yeah. Equip scholar robes? They can. That at least is a significant improvement. Alright, so... We're just up to before, right? Hey, man. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream there, I think. So, as I said earlier, I actually haven't really eaten today, so I want to go make some dinner. And then a bit later tonight, we will be continuing Fuga. This, as I said, this wasn't meant to go on for this long. I ended up enjoying things immensely, which is going to complicate matters because I want to keep playing this as well now, which is like, oh my god, time goes where. So I'll have to see how we do, but we're definitely doing more Fuga tonight. Oh wait, we're not. Yeah. For now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.